Okay, welcome back to the Milwaukee Curling Club, 69th Annual Men's Invitational Bonspiel. We are calling Saturday evening games, mostly semifinals of first and third events. Our feature game here on Sheet 3 is a third event semifinal between the Bobinski Rink from Wauwatosa and the Montalbano Rink from Chicago Curling Club. So we're midway through first end. Sorry, we are catching up. Bobinski in red has the hammer and is about to throw. I'm joined by my esteemed colleague, Gary Lindsay from the Exmoor and Milwaukee Curling Clubs. Gary, how are you?
Doing well, Matt. Doing well. It's been a good weekend so far. Wish we were still curling because this would be the game we would be curling in if we didn't lose earlier today. But
we would be here and not criticizing the people who beat us this afternoon. I did not learn anyone's names this afternoon while we played them, so we'll be going off the call sheet, learning as we go. But again, it's Bobinski against Montalbano. First end action. Bobinski is red rocks and has the hammer. And we'll kind of pick it up from here. Not a lot to report so far. Bobinski is sitting one, again with hammer. We've got a couple of center guards. Montalbano, I would imagine, is going to come around these staggered center guards. And then we'll see where it goes from there. Jeff Stefik is also here. So we are on the last of the second rocks. If our call sheet is right, I don't think it is. We'll be about to see Ryan Lipka from Wauwatosa throwing. Bobinski gets a rock into the 4-foot, but it is mostly wide open, allowing Bobinski. Montalbano is in the 4-foot. Bobinski's going to have a shot at this. I imagine they'll be throwing a kind of gentle hit, hoping to flop under. Get a feel for how the ice is behaving right now. It's been scraped. It's been sitting for a while. This is first rocks in a couple hours.
it looks a little tight. They're sweeping it pretty hard.
Is tight. They do get around the guard.
Correct.
No, they do not. All right, so break for Montalbano. They're sitting one. They have an opportunity to throw a guard on this. I think, did he tap in the 12-foot? Aggressive?
I didn't see that. Henry's in the way from my vantage point.
All right, so the rock's away. We're sweeping. This is some sort of guard. They want to force Bobinski to burn some rocks, playing peels and or runbacks, protecting that shot rock.
I think yellow has the hammer there. They're trying to put some pressure on.
On our screen.
I don't know if that's right because I'm looking at.
All right, folks, bear with us.
I'm looking at rocks back here by
This,
the glass.
you, I think are correct. This is the first of the third rocks with red going. So it appears that Bobinski, Montalbano has hammer.
Our graphics are wrong.
Yes.
There we go. Now they're right.
Now it appears that Montalbano has hammer. Makes a little more sense why they were looking to bring that rock in. Let us recalibrate. A couple years ago, we weren't even on the air at this point in the first end. This is all a bonus. Okay. Babinski tries the double. They open it up. Montalbano has the hammer sitting one. Kind of playing, a soft guard / second counter. Gary, would you play? I can see what they're doing. There's really no other place to put this. If they don't come, towards this rock, it's not a straight guard. They want to get a second counter. If they were to play it wide, if they play it to the other side of the sheet, they're just giving Babinski the chance to hit and roll on the shot rock. There's 2 center guards. Your end could be over. I'm like this.
Yeah, I think you just have to kind of put it in the mixer a little bit, but they put the flyby on there, so it's not
right. So
it's not really wanting to be there either. Henry got a little gassy there.
That does not help their chances for a deuce. They're about to be facing 2.
Yeah, if they can throw a soft tap and roll under here, they will put them in a lot of pressure.
Honestly, if they hit and roll away, that's not all bad. I suppose Montalbano would come straight under. You'd follow him down. It's club curling, many options for misses and half makes. All right, that's fine.
Fair enough. That's good.
I don't know who's sitting second shot.
I think they were 3 inches light there,
which could be a bummer. So now we have Montalbano's third, throwing his last rock. Honestly, a hit and roll away would be fine. Force Babinski to make a come around. A hit and roll under would be ideal. Looks like they're gonna get some roll.
Good shot. Half
That's
cover.
Nice. And especially not knowing exactly who's second. I mean, that puts them in good position for a deuce, potentially for 3.
Yeah, what you can't see on the screen is there's like high red guard, so that rock is technically fully covered.
Yes, there's no opportunity to play a double on those. Thank you, Jeff. You cannot play a double on those yellows because of this long red guard. So we're going to have Josh Babinski coming down to play his first. Based on personal experience, this is going to be bad for the Montalbano rink, Gary. Babinski ruined many promising ends that we had going this afternoon.
He was lights out in the first couple of ends.
He was a problem.
I was the bigger problem, but he was a real. He was a problem. He caused my problems, but I was a problem as well.
I was trying to be nice. He did curl very well.
Yeah, he did.
We'll see if that continues. What do you do if you're him, though? It's really tough to get around a rock that's in the 8-foot and bury and not be in the back 8. Nothing is really attractive from a hitting or tapping standpoint. I mean, do they think they may just have to be drawn to the back to try to eliminate the back yellow from counting. Force Montalbano to follow him down. This is your chance to kind of get out of trouble.
They tapped a corner freeze on the yellow rock. Top yellow rock in the house.
Interesting. It doesn't really do much for you. I think they're trying to get it around, and if they can I mean, this isn't bad.
That's fine.
They've tucked a quarter of the rock. I mean, Montalbano's got a nice chance to get to, they're looking to tap and roll away, which certainly gives you a chance to score a couple. Babinski's just thrown this shot. You'll be inviting him to throw it again. And there's no guarantee he makes it. I mean, you make this, you've got to look at 2, 3, 4. He makes that any better, you're drawing against 1, which we've seen.
After playing Babinski earlier today, I'm pretty confident he'll make the draw the next time.
Yeah. He just threw his first rock into the 4-foot. I can imagine him doing that again. Again, it's a tough berry, so if you're able to make this tap once, you will have an opportunity to make it again for a bundle. This is my first look at Montalbano. This looks fine, Gary. I think they're sweeping because they want to hit it high. They want that roll. Honestly, that's fine. I'd like to roll one way or the other. Kaminsky's going to have a chance for a tap. He's going to have a chance to tuck it a little. He's likely to be on or above the tee.
So you think
but he's also facing 2 or 3 if he doesn't make this perfectly. So
on that broom, that's a definite draw broom.
Well, he just threw this. I would be aiming to throw kind of what he just threw on his last rock, and hey, if it's perfect and it's curling, we can sweep it and get a little tap and roll. He can also come right to it and take a big number out of play.
Yeah, the defensive play would be to draw to it and try to get to the inside corner.
Yeah. Can't be light. Get it there.
It's got to go. Count out a few.
Well, he gets to 2. I mean, Montalbano's going to have a similar shot to what he just threw for a minimum of 3. He's just got to tap this through a little on the inside. It'll be 3, could be 4, depending on what's going on with those rocks in the 12-foot.
It's a wide open look for the inside third of that rock.
Yeah. I mean, this is a shot, given the 3 skip rocks he's already seen. This shot he's going to expect to make. Right now he thinks he's got it 3. He's got to throw something similar to what he just did. Again, we don't know if they even are thinking about tapping it through because we don't know who is count in the 12-foot. It's hanging a bit. Little tougher. This is hanging. This might jam. It does jam. Going to be 2 for Montalbano.
Yeah, 2's fine there.
2's
First
fine.
end. Had a chance for 4. Hopefully that doesn't come back to haunt them. It's always the dreaded miss there when it comes back to haunt you later in the game. So we'll see how that plays out for him.
Yeah, no one likes leaving those free points on the board. It wasn't automatic. But given that he and the other skip have been playing right there down that line in the 4-foot, he had just thrown similar weight, similar line. I'm sure he thought he was going to get. It just looked like it hung. Oh, they were sweeping a little early. Probably
no, they weren't sweeping to curl it at all. So they just kind of hung there. It might have been just wider than they ever thought.
That's fine. All right, so it's 2-0 Montalbano after the first. Babinski will now have the hammer. We've got first event action on sheets 2 and 4. We can update people as those games progress. Nothing super exciting to report so far. Sheet 2 still in the first end. On our sheet, we've got Montalbano's first rock. He's looking for the top 4, playing the rings. We'll see if Babinski wants to chase this or just go and put up a corner. He's going to hit it. It's early. He doesn't need to get hyper aggressive just because he gave up an opening deuce.
I would tend to throw the corner guard here, even though the aggressive play gives you the chance for 2, but
I'm not going to,
It is an even end, right? It's still early, though.
Very early to be thinking about even ends. But I would have been fine either way. For someone who likes to play corners, that rock wasn't, sitting on top of the button. If you had wanted to ignore that for a rock or 2, that'd be fine. It's tough to start building an end when you're 3 and 4 rocks in and there's nothing in play. But he doesn't need to chase early. So I imagine Montalbano doing the same thing. This one actually looks like it might be better. Getting it right to the top of the button. We saw Babinski hitting some rocks like in the back 12. So he does like to keep it clean. If he hit the rock in the top 8, he's going to hit this rock that's in the button. This one's looking just fine. I mean, he could hope to roll wide, see if they want to chase him.
I think Shane's happy just exchanging rocks here. The way the end goes.
I'm now just realizing that it is the Montalbano rink, but this is Shane Latimer who is calling the game and throwing the last rocks.
Correct.
Okay. Why is it the Montalbano rink if that's the case? Normally, you're either throwing the last rocks or calling the game. He's got an entry. His dad owns the curling club, something along those lines. Okay, anyways. Still the second end. We have 6 more ends of this to go. We might figure out some names by 5th or 6th. So they made their hit. Here comes Babinski. He is looking to just exchange another nose hit. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. That's fine. If I'm him, I want to hit and roll away from the center line. Shane is going to ask to hit and roll back towards the center. These teams are proficient enough. I expect we're going to see a couple of exchanges of hits and then potentially someone trying to roll out for a blank, but it is the 3rd event of a club bonspiel and nothing is guaranteed. All right. Exchange of takes. Babinski looking for the same thing.
Hopefully
Same
future
thing.
ends have more rocks in play, I think.
Yeah. For our own benefit, going back to Babinski's original decision to hit that rock in the 8-foot for the viewers. But we've got a flash.
Well, that's a superhero Flash Gordon there.
Yep. Not the end of the world. Babinski's got the hammer. There are no rocks in front. Worst case, he's going to be drawn against a couple, but against a pretty clean house with an opening to 4. It's nothing to panic about. His deuce isn't looking good. But if you hit that first rock, kind of not thinking about the deuce anyways. Unless you just expect someone to miss. So force is definitely in play now.
Which is the general reason. Which is the general reason when you're down by 2, you generally try to throw the corner guard.
Yeah.
Even in the early end.
Yeah. We don't know everything about their team, what each player's strengths are. Some skips wait until their lead's out of the way before they start hitting. So, everyone has what's working for them. Decent setup for Montalbano's rink right now. The double is certainly an option here, which at best kind of brings the blank back into play versus the force. I imagine they'd want to hit and at least get shot out of this. Which they close enough that it has to be hit. All right, so we've got hit on the way from the Montalbano rink. They'd like to not roll this straight over to their yellow rock. They would prefer to keep that, between the sweep lines. This gives Babinski a chance to hit and roll on top, hit and make a double. Nothing super threatening for either team at this point. Interesting that they're coming this way. Leg didn't come from inside out, hoping to cross the face and get the roll. Immediate reaction from Babinski tells me this was a little wide. They're going to hit and roll out. Giving Montalbano a chance to draw into the open, avoid any doubles, bring the force back into play. Potential steal if Babinski isn't able to make an open hit, draw the 8-foot.
Yeah, he'll look to put this on the tee line.
You could put it on the button. That'd be fine with me. If you want to draw away from the center, put these about equal. Put this out in the 8-foot, which I think is what he's doing. That's fine. So here is Shane Latimer's first. It's not heavy. He would need to at least get this to the rings where Babinski has to deal with it.
That was
going to be short. Babinski, throw the nose hit? Nose is fine here. Really no need to roll in. Throw it here. Force Latimer to hit it. Gonna go inside out again. Did we see, is this a thing with them?
No, I think he just wanted to throw it inside out, thinking that doesn't want to get a little wide, chip and roll out, and give Shane the opportunity to get underneath that rock over there, maybe thinking that he has more of the rock to hit coming inside out.
Sure. You want a nose hit. How are you going to get there? I think we more generally than not, getting out here, would see someone coming from the outside. Indications from the front end is that we're hot. Doesn't look too bad. I think he's going to get the nose.
That's good, yeah.
Nose, yeah, that's fine.
nice that it did some roll cross sheet here.
Yeah, I mean, they, depending on how aggressive they want to be, they can hit this as far inside as they want. They've got, 11 feet of rings to roll to make it a little more of a problem for Babinski. It looks to me like this is wide. It's going to roll out. And Babinski will throw this through. We'll have a blank end, as we both said immediately. Preordained when he hit that top rock. We knew no one would miss a shot. All right, so blank in the second. Montalbano will remain ahead 2-0. Babinski keeps the hammer. Nothing
So if
super
the Montalbano rink throws it to the top four again, do they go corner guard or do they stay with the same strategy?
Well, that'll be interesting.
At some point, you think you'd want to score two,
Yes.
or at least give yourself a chance.
Sometimes you're playing a rink. You don't know what their strengths are, how they play. They threw it in once. Babinski elected to hit it. Maybe he's thinking he was going to get a flash or a miss somewhere. He now sees that everyone can curl. And if they put one, similar spot, we'll see if he decides it's time to go corner. Maybe he's a guy who just hits and forces you to, play his game. Sixth end, guys still hitting rocks in the back eight. I've seen it, but I guess we'll just find out. This one is, it's going to be deep. So, Gary, deep. It is. It's in. All right.
Little Star Wars rock, little Klingon. Yeah, I still throw the corner guard here.
Klingon is Star Trek. Not Star Wars.
Star Wars, Star
You
Trek.
said this earlier this weekend.
Not a big sci-fi guy.
Jeff, thankfully, Jeff Stefik is here to verify. I believe
is
Tom
this?
Heyman is in the building if we need a third-party source. Anyways. Montalbano's rink, by throwing it to the back 12, rendered all of our, speculation moot because you're not going to hit that. Interesting thing, and I think we've seen this. Babinski, he doesn't just go corner. He wanted this in and in the 12-foot. Sometimes that's like testing. Will this team's lead, will they have their lead hit? We've got a Rockets, full 8. Montalbano's rink is going to play the hit. We might have gone corner. Get some rocks in front of the rings.
We're broadcasting, they're playing.
Get some guards in play. Well, it's fine. I don't think we're back here because your strategy was unsound.
Shot making was unsound. Sure.
And now, look, Babinski's a genius. He gets the jam that we all expected onto the back 12. He's now got a chance to split the rings, sit 2, set himself up for a deuce. Sweeping does not look like it needs much. Just fine, Nope. Ooh. Nope. It is not just fine. It's through. We see Montalbano take the shot rock out, and we'll start all over. Imagine commenting before the free guard zone. What do you do with the dead air between obvious made takeouts?
Have you seen the show Losers?
Yeah, the Ryan Express.
Yeah. That's what they did.
Yeah.
Now you know why they added the free guard zone.
Yeah, but I never thought of it from the commentator's point of view. People talk about the viewers. It's not great viewing. Never thought of Russ and Cheryl and, we need some ad reads or something, Jeff, to fill this time. Hey, Babinski and Montalbano are playing at 8. There's going to be a lot of time to talk between shots, open hits, fermentorium, come on down. So, Babinski, we're kind of starting from scratch. We've got a rock off the back that you can kind of draw to and hope for a jam, hope for a miss. More likely than not, we're going to be seeing Babinski play an appeal on his last rock for another blank. But nothing is guaranteed here. Is this an all Northwestern rink, Gary? Do you know these guys down in the Chicago area?
I do know Matt, and I do know Henry.
Okay.
I do not know the other two individuals.
All right. Good story.
Matt has been to my house for some wine drinking.
I could see that you two know each other. All right. So, well, anyways, Babinski looking for a nose hit. If we exchange hits, be looking at another single or blank. Nothing crazy going on our other sheets. We'll run those scores down maybe after this end. This hit is made. Hanging on. Bring some jam and other possibilities into play, but rocks in the back 12 being hit should not lead to too many fireworks.
Throwing this turn here gives them a chance to hit and spill over for the jam to sit one.
Yeah, could they hit? They could just hit and just stick it right on top. It's a little too wide. All right, they hang on. They lose the backing. Babinski will hit this rock. Gary does it. Yeah, he could nose it. To hit and roll out, it is absolutely fine. The only thing they really don't want to do is completely flash it.
Being this is the third end, certainly want to look to go blank, and then they're going to have to try to. You would think they would have to try to score in the fourth end.
You would. They're down 2. It's not like they're only down 1. They want to get a deuce back somewhere, so I can see why they don't want to get forced. If they want their deuce, and Montalbano keeps putting it on the forefoot, at some point they're going to have to ignore and put up a corner, or we're going to see this end over and over. And if your only hope for getting a deuce is that, hey, someone's going to flash an open hit, you're not 100% wrong. That will happen out here, but you're going to see a lot of ends playing out like this. certainly want to get this there. You don't want Babinski just giving him a chance to draw around late in the end. Good enough. It's in. It needs to be dealt with. Babinski ring again will hit. They can hit the nose. They can hit and roll a little wide. Probably good for the best, but no matter what, it's going to be a wide open hit. Uh-oh.
Could be another flyby here.
I think they're getting a piece. I am wrong. So it's not good. It means Babinski's going to have to make a shot, likely to be forced. Montalbano puts this somewhere in the rings in the open. He's going to force Babinski to hit the open rock, stay, do it again, get his one. So far working out for the Montalbano rink. Still early. It's only 2-0. Wouldn't want to give up a steal here. Shane Latimer's first rock is away. Just drawn, open side, T-line, full 8, fine. No one is looking at it. No, it's fine. Totally fine. Should. He is going to freeze to this because it's an inch behind the tee line. What do you think, Gary?
I think the easy way to score 2 is to throw the corner guard on your first drive.
Yeah. He's played what you would call defensively or conservatively for 1 3/4 ends. He's not in trouble here. He could hit this, hit the next one, probably get forced. Now, he's going to make this, and we're going to sound stupid because he's going to get a 2 out of nowhere. But also, if this is not made perfectly, if it's light, if it hits and rolls away, Latimer has a chance to hit and sit 3, and now you're drawing or hitting against 3. That's what's going to happen. So, again, far be it from us. Interesting that at this point you decide to be aggressive. Take your blank, take your 1, get to the next end. I mean, this isn't even the end of the world. He still absolutely can get 1 out of this, but it's going to be against 3.
Yeah,
where you spend the whole end signaling that you're content to take a 1 or take a blank, and that was the opening where you decide to go for the deuce
and put yourself under pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put this nibbling top 4 where you can't hit it and be shot rock.
Yeah, and you're drawing the open 4 with nothing, which is, something many skips, would say they are comfortable doing, but in the third end of a, club bonspiel, I don't know if I want to be drawing against 3 when I'm already down 2. I mean, all right, so
this makes the shot a little
sitting
easier.
right on the tee. It's a hit and stick. Should be made.
The shots he made against us today, if he misses this, he'd be a little upset.
Yeah. But he put himself where he's doing this against 3.
Looks like he's just throwing a draw tap to it.
Yeah. Okay. What? Is this what you would do now? I mean, just draws are inherently riskier than even, very comfortable, easy takes for a number of reasons. The amount of curl, picks, knowing the ice. I mean, we're hammering this.
It might go right by it. No, it looks like he's got it. I don't know. Here it goes.
All right.
Oh no.
Steal of two. Gary and I are looking at each other in some genuine disbelief. Just not because shots are missed, but like that went from a pretty elementary exchange of hits and take your medicine, get forced, to just kind of forcing the issue out of nowhere. And he didn't miss any shots like that against us, and maybe he didn't expect to, but now you're down 4-0.
4-0, and you know that Shane is going to keep piling him in the house.
Yeah.
And forcing the issue here. So,
assume he'll go corner guard this time.
He doesn't go corner. If they throw this to the top four and he has to go corner guard, I'm going to switch from wine to like hard alcohol.
Is the bourbon bar open? All right, so we're starting the fourth end. The Mono ring from Chicago Curling Club is up 4-0 on the Babinski ring from Wauwatosa. On our first event games on sheet 2, the Walsh rink is up 2-1 on the Wagner rink. Walsh, skipped by Fred Blizzard. That's Milwaukee Curling Club rink. Playing very well. On sheet 4, Russ Brown behind 2-1 to the Moore rink, who I'm not familiar with. Mike Moore from Mayfield, out of Ohio. Yeah. You know these guys, Gary?
I do know. I actually know his father.
Okay.
I know him. I'm old.
So those games are close, basically exchanging singles and deuces. As those games get further in and we kind of get a feel for who's in control, we'll for sure let people know. All right, so Mono puts it in the 8-foot. We are getting a corner/draw to the wings from Babinski. It's a little hot. Best case is it's in the rings, in which case Mono would for sure hit it. And now you're struggling to generate, whatever. Leads, miss, guards. Not every corner guard is made, but tough to generate a deuce starting when you're facing 2 with no rocks out in front. But it certainly can and has been done.
Looks like it might sting a little.
I say starting with this. So it hit and rolls out. Babinski still should be thinking corner. And he is. He kind of threw us a head fake by accident by opening our game this morning or this afternoon without hammer. That's when he throws the corner.
Yes, his team.
Not when he has the hammer and he's down 2, but when the game is starting and he doesn't have hammer, they threw up a corner and confused everybody, including his own teammates. And again, lest it sound like we're being critical, they also buried us, and he made everything in sight. And all strategy works when you're making shots like that.
And the other skip could hit the 8-foot if he was standing on it.
True. Scared to throw the draw, scared to throw the hit. Calling for help. Gary, if I'm Latimer, I'm up 4-0. I don't even want to go like guard this. That rock's not even in the forfeit. I'd be coming to it and tapping it. Let's get 2 rocks in the 4-foot and 8-foot. Babinski has to ignore them. He's got to play out to the wings under the corner. If you get 2 rocks in and he comes and hits him, he's doing what you want. This is fine. What up?
Good shot.
Exactly what you ought to do. I mean, Babinski could hit and roll on the top one.
I'm pretty confident he's going to try to hit and roll under.
Yeah. It seems like that's their thing. It's 1 rock later in the end than you might normally looking at this. You might think of just drawing under your corner, saving the run back or double for later. I can see that he doesn't want to just get way behind in the end. But if he doesn't make this hit and roll,
and again, he forces on. He's scoring one.
This is rolling out.
Yeah, I mean, he threw normal hit at that. It only took 3 inches of broom.
You know, it hung around. It's good enough. It's not like it just gives Latimer license to do whatever he wants. Like Latimer, honestly, if that rolls out and Latimer is ruthless, he peels the corner and you got to start over. By hanging on, Latimer has to decide, does he want to come 4-foot, risk giving up a double and giving up a deuce, or at least he's got to come hit this one. It's not automatic out here. Looks tight. It's fine. Just fine. All right. Does Babinski ignore? Come around the corner. Gonna hit and roll.
Looking for the double and the double and the bonus
Potential
roll.
double. I mean, more important is that this shooter ends up behind the corner.
I think they might switch up and draw it right on top here to the freeze under the pile.
I don't hate that.
That's fine. It's behind.
I mean, does it even have to be like the perfect freeze? You could tap this into the back 4. Just start moving some rocks behind the tee. I mean, if I'm talking to him, I'm saying to freeze, if you're here and you tap it a couple of feet, that's fine. Don't try to be so perfect with the freeze that you leave this in the top 12 and it's useless.
Yeah.
No, wait, they went back to...
We went back to the hit and roll. I would have thrown just house weight. Just put it in the mixer and give yourself some backing. This shot is not easy. Trying to roll 4 feet, hit the double, make it roll it.
Like it seems like on the non-skip rocks, Babinski is comfortable trying to generate offense with hit and rolls. And on skip rocks, we've seen him try to make a freeze.
Maybe his team pays him extra
It's
for
made.
the skips deuce.
Yeah. This is pretty straightforward. They knew to avoid a jam. If they hit it on the nose, if they hit it a little high and roll on top of the yellow, Babinski's got a chance at a double to get out of this. To get a blank at best.
Latimer's fine with him trying to get out of ends.
Yeah,
and not generating ends.
Yeah. 3 ends in a row.
It's
Got a
fine.
stick. Totally fine. Rabinski had to be, look, what, hit this top one, roll back in front of the rock in the back 8.
Interesting whether he'll throw inside out at this.
Yep. Will he please put the broom down on the back one? Nope. Was he thinking about it? I think he was thinking about it.
I think he was always going to throw this hit. Oh, there we go. So he switches up here.
Changing the turn. Sweepers moving about.
It's a better turn for this because you can hit flatter on the rock and roll on top. Other way, you're going to get the roll turn.
Yeah, their way is steep.
This looks tight. Oh, no.
This looks way tight.
Oh, no.
This may answer our question of why they've occasionally thrown the inside out here. Anyways. Raffle prizes have been drawn. Those of you online, if you own raffle tickets, call Jeff Stefik and run your numbers past him. See how you did. Cell phone number to come.
I think I paid for raffle tickets, but I don't have any. No, I think I just donated.
A lot of beer. A lot of Milwaukee Brewing. 4, 6, and 12 packs available. So, meanwhile on our sheet, Babinski's rink flashes. Flashes on 12. Montalbano, look, let's put another one somewhere that won't be frozen to, won't get in the way. This is gratuitous. I guess you want to start shrinking the scoring area. You can put it on the 4, force him to hit and stick. Think about a jam. I would put it like, I would have maybe like put it top 8. Put him right in the fork of how useful a hit versus drawing around. They have helped him out. We got 3 rocks behind the tee. He's got 3 rocks to go. He can think about a freeze.
Yeah, now you have to draw it back down to here and try to rattle
he gets
this
to
around.
getting using these rocks behind the tee.
That rock being deep should have given him the out.
Yeah, that rock's like full 12, bite 8 at deepest. It could be over here on the other side.
Guys, do you need drink or food or cheesecake? Got everything you need?
I could go for another piece of cheesecake with bacon and Oreo crumbles on it. Oh my goodness, was that good?
We've just been offered all manners of food or drinks. And, all right.
Good spot.
Very well executed.
Probably like to have been frozen on there.
Yeah.
But
if I'm Latimer's rink, I'm kicking myself. There was no reason for this to even become an option. Rocks behind the tee, always bad. He's got to find a way to remove this. At best, like lose a yellow, which is fine. But there's all manner of jams available, and bringing the 2 back into play.
Yeah, I think you up the weight here and just get Granite moving somewhere.
Yeah, we haven't seen Latimer throw any upweight hits now. This might be right in his wheelhouse.
The broom would
Throwing a
indicate
tight out turn, and I think just looking to come up a bit, catch this inside. He's definitely going to get a piece of this back one and hope they just both spin away.
the broom would indicate he's going to have to throw solid.
This is a seed, yeah.
Yep, it's moving.
But, I mean, you get this going, and it doesn't... Well, they're... This looks like it's...
Do it hard enough, get it out. Oh. Might be sitting 2.
Whiskey sitting 2. He's got an open hit to get his deuce. It's interesting how you can watch, 75% of an end, and one team is absolutely dominating and controlling the action, and then you throw run walk behind the tee and bring a deuce right back into play.
It's interesting that he threw his out turn there. Maybe he wanted to throw heavyweight out turn's a better term for him. That the in turn, but he given him way better options to spin that shot rock out.
Yeah. He could have played more of like a peel. I mean, I can see the way they're lined up. You got to choose what you think.
If he throws a peel on that and hits any third of the rock with the other turn, the red rock is out the door.
He could have played to hit the high side of the red.
Right. Making it run to the short side of the sheet to get out.
This looks fine. Does he need any roll?
He needs a roll.
He does need a roll. So first, I thought he was going to get his deuce. Then I thought he was going to hit roll away. Then I thought he was going to hit and get this sloppy double in the back and stick for his two.
And then he gets a little wide, and now we're looking at blanks again.
Yeah, this is, by all accounts, wide open. I mean, Latimer would love to hit and roll this back into the back 12 and force Babinski to hit and roll out to get his blank, but if he makes this goes away and roll out, and we could see Babinski throwing it through once again. Looks fine. Looking to make it curl a bit. They're going to get a piece. And similar to the second end, we'll have Babinski throwing it through, taking a blank, keeping the hammer. So other games still remain close. Wait.
Is he trying for one?
Is he taking his one? Gary.
Maybe he wants to hammer in the even ends. Henry,
Leave it.
Give them one, Henry.
All right. Gary. So, Babinski. Let's see. I mean, they went corner. They acknowledged that they needed to get a two. They weren't going to be forced early in the end because they did not elect to hit. They just elected to go corner. We saw a lot of back and forth of who was controlling the end. They end up with a machine, and they elect to take their one. Now you're on 4-1. You don't have hammer. Maybe you think you can generate some steals.
The question would be, on your 8 rock, you draw for one. Then why did you ever throw the corner on your second rock?
Yeah, I guess hoping for two, but willing to take one. We don't know everything back here. We know, what we would do.
We know that if we went back to the house and put this on Wind Curl 2.1, that we know what it would do.
What does tic-tac-tee say to do in the fourth end, down 4, with a chance to blank?
We tell you to throw.
How many points do you get for take one? And then, all right, so Babinski, I think they probably wanted a center guard. It drifted in. Monobano wisely elected to hit it. He would love to play this whole end in the rings, exchanging hits with no threat of anything, and then take his blank. Babinski's playing something soft. Was he going to just put another center guard up?
Yeah, center guard's fine here.
Center guard's fine, yeah. You can't let the fact that there's a rock in the 12-foot deter you from still trying to get some rocks in front. Fine.
The general rule is when you don't have the hammer, the center guard is your offense. When you have the hammer, the corner guard is your offense.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
And one of the advantages of calling the game is whenever I look at Mark Conrarty, he knows my wine glass is empty and he comes over and pours it for me.
That's not a bad life behind the glass here. Not a lot of fireworks on our other sheets as we start the fifth end of our game. 4-1 Montalbano rink. They have the hammer. We got a center guard up. Montalbano's looking to come around it. He likes play in the center. That's, he doesn't get it. That's what we normally say. This is fine. This is a nice spot. Does Babinski come right around his center? Yes. See how it works out. I don't know. We've seen him call a lot of draws out of his second. But they have to. They need to start getting aggressive.
Yeah, just get it top 8, maybe underneath, and get it there.
Yeah, looks hot. We start ripping guards. Totally team by team. Good teams looking to win Bonspiels start ripping these guards. If you're not a team built to hit, if you're a team built to, throw draws, you come around this. But we've seen him indicate the peel. You could potentially open this way open, get rid of the red, cross the face of the yellow, roll out, begin, end again. But they'd be happy to peel this red center guard.
A little tight out of his hand. Henry was on it.
Yeah.
On that release.
Wasn't thrown particularly hard. We may get whoa. Really wanted the Brooklyn. I think when a Brooklyn peel is made here, Mike Snyder is required to drive in from McLellan. It happened 2 years ago. I think if you say Brooklyn 3 times on a webcast, Mike Snyder appears. All right, so last 2 shots have been, fully missed. And Babinski again looking to come around the center guard that they're fortunate to have. It is not made. We now have a number of rocks clogging up the center of the sheet.
Which technically isn't tragic for Babinski.
For Babinski. Yeah. Latimer stick with, the sound strategy of let's keep this open. I don't want a messy end. I don't want them to, wiggle a couple of rocks back here and all of a sudden, not generate because the Montalbano rink has the hammer, but I don't want to be drawn against 2 or 3 for no reason. Let's keep this open. If I'm Montalbano's rink, I'm happy to take blanks from here until the Bonspiel's over. We could always peel our own rock off the back. That's fine.
I'm just going to say
Babinski's got a chance. Babinski, they could sink a couple of rocks here and make this uncomfortable.
I'm going to say those are 2 shots that Matt's going to want back.
So, Babinski happy to have some rocks in front. Chance to sink a couple. Sink
come
one.
around? So
Force Montalbano.
thoughts about coming around the short corner versus the short guard versus the high guard.
Yeah. I mean, he's coming around the rock that's closer to the center line. The other way, he's coming around, dealing with that yellow.
If you ever get it around coming the other way,
It hangs on.
it's in good shape.
Latimer, Montalbano have the hammer. They're sitting one. Not concerned about that rock hanging around the back. If I'm them, I like this. Let's continue to open it up. They can open it up. Babinski's got to be aggressive. I mean, right now, Montalbano rank is kind of looking at a deuce.
Oh, that's 3 peels missed in a row. That is the adventures of club curling.
Rendering most analysis moot. Purely theoretical. But we can. Sorry, Babinski, another chance to come around this rock. I've seen it a couple of times. Sometimes you just need to make a shot. This one doesn't look quite so hot. It does look like it's on the red. I think they've given up and looking for like a tap. They won't get that. They open it up further. Montalbano keep opening it up. Yep. I don't know, Gary, at some point, would you say we've missed a bunch of peels? We're sitting one with. We've got these guards that kind of lend themselves to drawing. Would you just take the 2 or 3 that they're offering to you?
I think on rock 6, I would have drawn here. But either way, it's clean house. Clean it up here. You can make your draw for one if you have to.
What do we know? You could also peel your own rock out. Babinski sitting one, just like he set it up. We know nothing, Gary. Why didn't you see that coming?
Yeah, now he's got a center guard, draw underneath.
Right in the driver's seat. He's back 12 rock. Flip the game. All right, Babinski down 4-1 without hammer. He's got a center guard. Ignore the rock in the back. He's got something of a center guard that he should be looking to get around and force the Montalbano Latimer rink to make some tough shots to get out of this with a 1. A minute ago, they were very well set up to get a deuce. This isn't hyper dangerous. That red center guard is close to the rings. Opportunities to run it back and make a double. But if you're down 4-1 and you want to get back into it, sinking this would be a good start. I'm looking through the third, but it's looking good.
I want that to be 3 feet deeper if possible.
Well, yeah,
That's fine.
it's partially buried. It's not something you can throw hard at. If they hit and don't totally stick it, this back 12 rock would continue to be shot. They can play this double, which would open it up for Shane's last rock.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. Yeah, just open that up.
Fine with
Give
this as
yourself-
long as they don't stuff it, miss the other 12, and all of a sudden you're drawing against 3.
But either way, the 4 foot's open both directions, so it's fine.
It's, quote, fine. It's not fun. It's, more pressure than you wanted out of this end. Not whatever. The strategy's been fine. You flash a couple of peels. You jam the other one on your own rock. Nothing is as automatic as it looks when you're watching the Briar or the Olympics in terms of peels, double peels. That is very well made. Things are wide open now. The best Babinski can do now is to either put it out in the open and hope you get a hit and roll out, steal your one. I think he draws under these corners and leaves Latimer a draw to the full 4, or maybe even easier than that. But it's fine. Put some pressure on him.
Let's see, he's going to draw a pin here. Where the broom is. I think you got it. You got it to forfeit somehow.
I would want to draw it somewhere under those yellows to where he's just got to draw at the 4.
Seems like a lot of broom.
It's kind of in between. It's less broom than you would take to draw back to the center line. It's more broom than I think than it takes to really get under those yellows. We will be proven wrong in several seconds when this is fully under the yellows. Little hot. Oh, it's fine. Like I said, that is fully buried. It's very well done. This sheet must be different than the other sheets.
No, that was as good
completely different.
Good as he was going to throw it.
That was as good as he could do. Well done, Babinski. Leaving Latimer a draw. Bite the 4, gets his 1. Obviously, don't, gas this through. Turn it into a steal of 2.
So interesting enough, this was the same broom that they just threw to get under.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Same spot.
I mean, yeah, you've seen it. The last rock didn't really flirt with the guards. By playing a little tighter, he may be giving himself that rock in the 12 as some kind of backing against giving up 2. No one wants to sweep this so far. I think he's little deep. Steal of 1 red, I believe. Yep. All right. 4-2, Mono. Babinski steals 1. Kind of out of nowhere, he made a very nice last shot to force that draw. Bit of an uneven end. We saw some flashes. We saw a jam.
Yeah. Granted, there were 4 missed flashes and missed peels in that end. So
both strategy and analysis can be rendered ineffective based on the results of your shot. So we're doing our best. Skips are doing their best. We're in the 6th end already.
Give it to Josh, though, for the skip steal there, because he tucked that way under.
Sure did. He should be 6th end. He's still in steal mode. There's no more, give 1. I mean, if he gives 1, he's down 3. He probably just needs to keep his foot on the gas from here on out. Unless something insane happens and he steals a pile out of nowhere. But we've got Mono up 4-2 with the hammer, playing the 6th end. They'd be happy. They get 1 here. They're fine. Babinski gets a good, nice, high first center guard. Mono playing right around it. right to the top 4. This is nicely made. It's a little deep, peeking out a little. If I'm Babinski, fine. That rock helps me. I don't go use it right away. I'd throw a second guard.
Throw a second guard underneath the under guard.
And he's going to come right to it. You got plenty of time to do this. You throw your second guard, you can come down to this later.
And force him to waste rocks trying to get rid of your guard to get there.
Yeah. Now you could tell your guy,
whoa, tumble on the ice. Seems to be okay.
yep. Was it burned?
They burned it? I thought I did.
Wow.
Touched it.
I don't always say we've seen it all, but we've seen a lot so far in this game. I was gonna say you could tell your shooter, hey, we're looking for the come down 2. If you're a hair high, if you leave it off, that's fine. You don't have to come into the rings immediately. You know that rock in the back 4 helps you. You can use it at many points. You can't use it much if there aren't any guards up top.
Yeah, it's
So burned rock aside, I want to leave that one high.
It's something a lot of people do, though. They get that tendency to chase rocks or try to get there early. Sometimes when you're trying to steal, you want to get there when you have a chance, less chances for them to get back on top of you.
There aren't a lot of chances if all your guards have been peeled and everything is in the rings. Now, rock was burned. That changes things. Still a rock in the back 4 that can kind of be gotten to on that intern. I think he wants this, fully get back there now. If this were to check up short of the rings, that'd be okay.
Corner freeze on that yellow on the top yellow would be fine too.
Yeah, I think they were looking to come right down to it. It allows Manavano to start lobbing rocks in here.
But he tucked it in there. Good shot.
It's made perfectly. And now we'll see from here on out if that's enough. If that rock can stay around for another, how many rocks we got left?
Lots of rocks. There's only,
these 3 rocks we're seeing in the rings are unlikely to still be here, 8 rocks from now.
So I would, if I'm Latimer, I might have peeled that center guard. Just jam that center guard, run it back into the pile, just get rid of it.
Get rid of it. If you could get it, yeah.
It's interesting because he got rid of rocks in the last inning, right?
Yeah.
So
now they missed a bunch, and maybe he decided, hey, I'm done trying to peel. I'm done trying to play it clean. I'll go back to what was working for me. He's now throwing the inverted freeze for Babinski, making the red even better. He'll be wishing that high red weren't there because it's preventing him from running his own yellow back in the way he would want to. Babinski looking to guard, force Manavano to waste some rocks. I mean, if you put this where it's fully accessible, it gives Manavano something to run into this pile and start opening it up.
If you could, again, get this top 12 under the red center guard, right, and it takes the peel, it's a wasting rocks to do that run back, which we talked about.
If you could get this frozen somewhere onto the 8-foot yellow, that would be fine, because then that yellow's not coming back into your pile. If they hang this out there, you give Manavano a chance to run this at your shot rock, lose some of this yellow backing that's not helping him. See what he does. I mean, yeah. He's looking at the red that was just thrown as a rock that he could run in. Get rid of his yellow would be fine. That's not helping him any. Run this red off the back and get the yellow backing out of there would help Monomoto at this
Getting
point.
rid of the high red guard.
I think he's done with that. Now that this one's out there, if they hadn't thrown this, when you hit this anywhere on the high side, it's going to do something for you to open up the shot rock, if not remove it. Get rid of some of the backing. Monomoto just wants to, honestly, find a way to score one here, and that involves opening up the front, getting access to that red rock, removing that red rock. This looks like it's wide.
Wide's not tragic because Mike get his yellow one out of the way. Oh, that was.
I mean, it hurts. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It makes that rock better. Now Babinski can put a high one up, and you're going to burn several rocks trying to get back in here. So advantage Babinski, sit one, behind cover, with backing, doesn't have hammer, needs a steal here. If he steals here and he gets down one after 6, now he's looking at like a force, get 2, go to an extra. I don't really want to rattle these around. I don't mind if I'm just kind of changing the angle, making, nothing's queued up, but totally fine. I think you got to kind of slash the high red and hope to double the. Yeah, well, there's 2 things here. You can run this red onto the yellow, which might go onto the shot rock. You could also run the red onto the red and get rid of both of them. But I see what he's looking at. I think he comes across the face of the yellow and at least gets the red shot rock moving. If they're tight and across the face,
A little bit of access, but I would think Josh is going to try to cover this in here.
it doesn't do much for it.
I'll go back to Rock 4 when we talked about clearing that high center guard, which is in 100% control of this end.
Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, as I'm sitting here, I can, not that I would want to be in this position, I can see Latimer's got like this accessible red double for a pile. But that's a couple rocks from now, depending on where this is the center guard you got to throw. We'll see. Does Latimer try to blow these 2 up, give himself access to the center? Still what I would do. It's early enough. This red slash is for later. It's fine.
He could throw, if he hits this in the right spot and thins it off, takes the high red into the second red and thins it, it might spin back in there to that.
It might.
4 foot.
Yeah, it could spin off any of the rocks, in the pile. He didn't really look like he was looking hard at what it might do to these rocks, but I can see how it could come into any of the rocks in the pile.
Yeah,
Sweeping. I think he's
a little tight.
It's tight. Oh boy. You get the top red? He gets by. He gets impossibly gets almost nothing out of those top reds. Misses the high red. Thins the middle red. Doesn't get any action on the rock in the 12 foot. Doesn't get any action on the shot rocks. Babinski is in good shape. I think he put something back on that left side of the sheet. They're paying some attention to this wide in-turn. I'd leave him that all day. I mean, I can see how they're looking at. They've got a red onto a yellow onto a red. That's not super concerning.
I think he's got to guard that red into the yellow into the red run back.
Yeah. Slash open up the front. I don't see that big intern around the side. Super tough slash, maybe not even there. What they settle on? Something high, a 1-2, protect this main red guard.
Ideally, you want to be 4 feet off the house, covering that run back.
Yeah, this guard, I mean, it looks a little tight. Don't really want to show them all of the outside of that red rock. Looks fine.
Corner.
Get a little across the face. Don't cue it up. Ooh. Gary, have they queued this up? They have.
Yeah, I don't know if the red one on the top of the 4 gets out of the. I'm pretty sure the red one can't miss the 2 back yellow ones in the back.
For sure. I don't think you can miss them at all. I think it's going to slam into the one that's like, 6 o'clock back of the 4. Potentially, a little on the outside, and you get it spinning away. But your yellow ought to be. Well, I'm watching the monitor and looking at how those are lined up. Meanwhile, they're looking at a different shot.
This shot's
The
way harder.
Steep double. I mean, Gary, they just kind of queued this up for you. It looks like it's worth trying. It's also, well, I want to say it could be there later, but I imagine they'll do something to take it away. So they're playing like a redirect or a steep double. I mean, they're playing for the inside of this rock. This isn't some sort of slash. It's kind of a steepish double. I think more likely than not, they come off this, hit the side or back of their yellow, if they hit it where they want to. What do you think? Or would you be pulling the trigger on those rocks that are all lined up?
I would throw heavy peel on that top red rock and just move as much granite as possible. But I don't know. We'll see.
I think they got a piece of this yellow. I think they're going to get this nice and steep. No. So they made kind of what they were looking at, and they get nothing out of it other than those rocks are still lined up. They have replaced it one with the other. Babinski probably takes this, adds another rock to this combo. I don't know. I thought those were kind of queued up to at least get this shot rock moving and rearranged. And instead, if you're lucky, you'll get to try it now. And if you're unlucky, they're going to put a rock, 4 or 5 feet in front of that takes away your chance to play this easy combo.
I don't really know. We're not out there, but that steep angle, it was.
They kind of got what they wanted. They threw the outside in. You're counting on it coming up just a hair, so you get the inside of that rock. Played it pretty aggressively. They got a lot of what they were looking for, and all they did was slam into their own rock. I mean, it had to be like a tick/redirect to get it past and back to the red. This is a little tight. If this over curls, I might as well just rattle in. Just change that angle. They haven't done that. Now I think you gotta.
You got to just pile that. You can't give up more than one.
He's looking at the center one.
How do you get to? I don't know. How
What
you
do
get
we
to
know?
this. I don't know how you get to the center one and get that back. Yeah, there.
Maybe on the ice it doesn't look as teed up. I can see what they're seeing, that, oh yeah, it sticks on this back one, but it could easily be moving and spinning. And what's better?
It's hammer now. You're only giving up one. You could throw it over here. He doesn't have to try anything if he doesn't want to. If you're happy with giving him one, just throw it over here throw it at the broadcast booth. Otherwise, just throw Peel at it and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be looking at other options.
If he wants to be crazy aggressive, he can come off his high yellow one on the top right and try to throw the same slash spin in there and take it off the forefoot. I mean, that's actually the shot
For 5.
For 5, right? I mean, so if you're
Honestly, I would love to see them throw that now. I want to see that more than some of these other options, or I just want to see him hit the top of the red pile onto the red, onto the yellow, onto the red, and it's for 2 or 3. And if you get really unlucky and it just absolutely stuffs, you give up 1. All right, I want to see this, or I want to see the shot for 5. I'm glad they settled on this.
You're up 2. Give him 1 or get 5. I'm taking the. I'm throwing the off end.
The 1 for 5 is, whatever. I think this is there. It's like a lot of good things happen from this, and it's like hard not to get them moving in the right direction.
But if you'd have thrown it on the last rock,
but he's getting this a little high. I think he wanted a little low, but goodbye red.
They get 1.
Yellow gets 1. Fine. Just like we said. It's fine. You get 1 of the 6. You're up 3. Each of you has 1 hammer. Totally fine. Settled on the right call. Babinski did all they could. You're in a tough spot. They had the 1 sunk, but it was always kind of in danger. Latimer lucky with those yellow backings that he got those rocks queued up to where he could throw some weight at it.
Yeah, Josh's last guard needed to be 4 feet high.
Yeah, they skidded by and they left that combo, whereas probably the priority should have been higher and wider and just not letting him throw a seed at it.
But the trick is, some people get married with the guard, right? And once you know that you're not going to be 4 feet high off that rock, just sweep it into the pile and change the redirect of the angles. Because you knew it was lined up.
Yeah, tick that top one harder and change that angle. I mean, that's, it's plan C as you're sitting in the hack, but beware that anything to kind of mess up those angles would have been better than sailing past them. So we have Montalbano is up 5-2 after 6. Babinski has the hammer, allowing for the fact that anything had happened. Babinski's thinking, get my 2, steal. And 5 rock free guard zone. I mean, you could be thinking 3. Montalbano ought to be thinking about healing guards when they can.
This is another example. Even though that's a guard up high, coming under here
early.
It's early.
It's too early.
It's too early. It's hard. It's going to be hard to score, too, if everybody makes shots here. Coming in this early. Now you have another center line guard, which doesn't work in your favor if you have the hammer. They pile another one up high, 6 feet off the house, off the rings, on the center line.
Do you just come around now? I think they're just coming around it here.
Yeah, you can.
I would. I mean, it's club curling. Brett Gallant's not about to come out here and, eliminate 11 rocks at once. If your game is drawn, get one under these stagger guards, sunk.
Yeah, it's fine.
Dare them to chase you and bring it into the rings. Honestly, this is not great. It's accessible. It kind of Babinski's going to chase it and play the hit and roll under.
Yeah, see, but here, this has to be heavy draw, tap, and under. Right? Getting trying to hit and roll under here, because if you tap and just laid it back there, then you have Rockery on the forefoot again, similar to the last end. Gives yourself a little bit of advantage. If you try to hit this and roll under, you don't hit it right. Roll open the open. It's just much easier to throw a draw. Yeah.
Tap this behind the tee. Have it working for you. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Babinski's got the hammer. That rock hanging out there is totally good for them. This isn't going to help.
Really helped you. Really helped the Montalbano rink.
Yeah, I mean, one in, one undercover. They're not,
Just get to the forefoot here on the other side.
Not on the button, but Montalbano a chance to just start piling rocks into the rings and force Babinski to burn rocks trying to get in there. Babinski has to get a deuce here. At some point, he might have to ignore this stuff. Come wide around the reds. I mean, it'll be no picnic, but Stefik. Thank you. Gary is throwing his glass. So Montalbano's lined up some guards, 2 rocks in the rings. He's going to force Babinski to burn some rocks. I mean, whatever. They have their center guards that could eventually come into play if they make a double peel here, leave their shooter up there. It's not, the end's not over. Not how you want to set it up. Single peel.
So if you're Shane,
still sitting 1-2.
1-2 now covered with a corner guard. Just come around the other side of those reds to the forefoot.
What about peeling the reds, Gary?
Or you could peel them too. Yep, either one. I might have peeled them on the shot before.
I mean, he's looking at kind of peeling the 2 that are side by side. You could also get the inside of the center line one. I'd want to get rid of those 2 that are on the center line. The one the one on the sweep line is helping you.
Yeah, it's helping him. Yeah.
Eventually, Babinski comes with the in-turn around those 2 red. I'd be looking for the double peel on the top 2. The ones that are lined up. But honestly, get rid of one of them. Fine. You got rid of 2 reds. You still left a yellow up there. There's still a red center line-ish guard. Babinski could start looking. Gary, you could tap that red back towards the shot rock. Hi, Fred.
Yeah, hitting down 3 when you need to score 2.
Tap the red up. Come around the red.
Rocks are your friends.
I don't really know what opening up this side of the sheet.
Then he got rid of his offense.
Montalbano sitting 3. Would you throw a guard here?
No, just throw it in the rings.
Throw it away.
Throw it anywhere.
Throw it right into this pile. But those are, they're not like the pin and the button are still accessible. Yeah, you get to sit 3, sit 4. I don't really know. This is one of those things where throwing guards when you're already in great shape and up can more often than not come back to haunt you. Someone wiggles one in behind your guards and you're like, oh. how do you like your guards now? But what do we know? It's 9:30 on Saturday. No, it's 10 o'clock Saturday night. Third event, semifinals. What, winner gets to come out here when tomorrow? Do you get straight to the finals? It's fine.
I think so.
It's
Yeah.
not like an 8 a.m. No one's looking. Are you looking to lose this game? Okay. No one would ever look to lose a game at a Bonspiel. Everyone wants to win at all times.
So now, yeah, this gives Babinski a chance to get under.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that they kind of got it into the pile. I'm glad they didn't throw a guard, in 9 feet off the rings. That comes back to haunt you. Sitting forward, they're all a mess. Babinski doesn't really have a great chance to draw behind this unless he wants to draw into the back 8. Rattles off this. Latimer, I believe, just pops this red and gets rid of it. Sits 5.
No, the high one is off.
Well, maybe he'll catch a piece of on the way by and roll it in. Sit 5. Oh, all right. He's going to miss this. Going to give Babin. No, they got it. All right, so if you didn't see on this feed, our thrower did fall, but retained control and actually made the hit. Had he gassed that by, all of a sudden, Babinski's tapping the red up, getting his deuce, and we look done. As it is, Monomono's sitting 4. Center shut. Gary, I mean, do you keep opening it up? Do you think about trying to come around into the back 4 back butt?
This is rock 6. If I'm opening it up, I'm probably not throwing this turn unless he's trying to slash the one off the.
Because he kind of need the shooter to go somewhere or stay somewhere. Okay. Well, Monomono's still sitting 2, which is more than he needs. He didn't need to steal 4. If he steals 1, the game is virtually over. If he gives 1 to Babinski, obviously you're very comfortable if you're Mono-Bono. So he's sitting 2. I don't know, Gary. I think I'd get rid of that red.
And Babinski has hammer, so you can either. There's if he gets 1.
If he gets 1, you are perfectly happy coming home. Have people lost from there? Absolutely, but you play the whole game hoping to be coming home up 1 or 2 with the hammer. Looks like they settled on hitting this red. I'd probably want to leave my shooter there. I don't really want to give Babinski a chance to draw under to the corner of my shot rock, all the way under it, generate a deuce out of nothing. If they want to hit this yellow or hit this red, bop into the other yellow, stay there on the center line, that'd be fine. Even if Babinski makes a shot, you get a little 6-foot run back at worst. It's not bad.
Fine.
It's not bad. I mean, manages to rattle through and just kick things around. Gives Babinski a chance, you can't really sit right on that yellow. He's got to be shot. But that's probably his best bet. I mean, he could tap it an inch, sit on the inside, force Mono-Bono, Latimer to come down and blast it. An awful lot of ice.
Said that the last time.
Yeah. We know nothing.
Actually, last in, the rock finished 5 inches farther to the right than where that yellow rock is now, and this broom is roughly 5 to 6 inches. So this is technically the broom
Yeah, I
for
mean,
the
whatever.
freeze that he threw last time.
Yeah. I mean, he needs to get to the corner of that yellow. I think he either needs to sit pretty far inside of it, which is removable, or he probably needs to tap it an inch or two if he really wants to be shot with a little backing. He's got a shot. Sweepers look comfortable with the weight. They're just kind of keeping this moving. No panic. It's getting pretty tight. This looks good. I think you got to get it there. I mean, what? You throw a guard on top of this? Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
He might have. You can throw some kind of. Yeah, well, if you throw a guard on top of this, any wacky combo he throws is only to get himself one.
Yeah, I think you.
Well, I mean, look,
Yeah,
I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this high left side red that could be run at an angle, trying to run across the face of the red. Whatever. Is there a miracle for two? No matter what you do, yes. But you take away his tap on that shot rock, and you limit him to a circus shot for 1/2.
Just drop this guard right on the L of the curling.
Do you want to even get it that deep? You don't have to.
Don't have to, but anywhere in that line is.
What ice are they taking? Coming the other way. Where did I assume they? I mean, I saw them tapping, kind of guarding the inside half of that red. Tap whatever. And the broom to me is like what you would take if you wanted to get back to the center line.
Yeah, that is a center line broom.
It might have been whatever. Again, I might have been coming the other way with the intern.
I don't mind throwing guards across the draw path, which I'm assuming this is what he was trying to do.
Yeah. And if they tighten this up another couple feet, they're going to be just fine.
That's fine. Need to be maybe a 1.5 feet farther.
Yeah, I mean, from where we're sitting, looking at the sheet, I can see all of the red. On the monitor, I think he's got a tap.
He's got a tap for two. I think that
For
rock had
two.
to be 3 feet farther.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a tap that bops that yellow off the tee line, and the shooter's got to roll, over to the left side of the four. I mean, they're queuing it up. It's obviously, it's there. It looks really good from where we're sitting. It looks less good on the monitor, but this looks to me like a T plus backline tap is a potential 2. Not
It's
by
all
any
there.
means a gimme or something you expect to make, but if you would offer them this opportunity at the beginning and again to get us 2, he would have taken it. This is better than they were looking at throughout most of the end.
I think
That guard coming the other way around, they didn't get back to the path, and they didn't get it.
Drew,
This is
solid act.
not gentle weight. They are not laying a broom to it. If they might.
Oh,
They get zero.
no.
They get a steal of 2 by all
Sounds to me, I think I would be
72. I mean, I think
for,
that's handshakes.
looking for Velcro here.
Dwayne Jacobson says, thanks for the game, fellas. Game over. All right, so that's handshakes. No need to dwell on much of this. I might have played a little softer weight there because you needed the shooter to stick around. Even if you had it, it had to be on an angle, and you needed to stick around the 4. Maybe like tee to back line.
And look, we played Josh earlier in the day.
He destroyed us.
He could throw that shot
But against us, he didn't. He wasn't lobbing it all over the building. He had that nice, quiet, gentle stuff.
So let's update on some sheets. Sheet 1 looks to be the match of the night right so far. 2 Milwaukee rinks, the APEL rink and the Geiger rink. APEL was in control and has seemed to concede control a little bit. Does have Ham tied 4-4 in the 6th end with the hammer, sitting 1-2. The draw for sitting 3. Is this the last rock? Yeah, so he's drawing for 3. So this will put him in big control. Put him back in control if he let Geiger back into the game. It looks like good shot by Chris. I didn't put a pretty good in. We weren't watching that game, but that'll put Geiger in a lot of pressure here, having to score 3 in the 8th.
In our first event games, the Walsh/Blizzard rink from Milwaukee is up 6-2 as they're playing the 6th. Wagner rink's coming home with the hammer. Walsh is sitting 3.
This is a tough shot here around
partially buried. This isn't the hammer. We're not there yet. So Walsh Blizzard in control, not only on the scoreboard but in this end. And the winner of that goes to the finals. On sheet 4, our other first event semifinals. Moores is up 6-3 on Brown as they play the 7th.
7-3.
7-3. Could not see the 6th over there behind somebody. 7-3. Brown has the hammer, down 4. I think we're going to try to switch. Get a camera angle here on sheet 2 for that Walsh-Wagner game. So we'll have a view looking down the sheet from inside the glass. We'll have the overheads, I presume. Let you know when we're set up there. That looks tenuous.
Once you move that monitor stuff, you can just hold it.
It's like bunny ears. Put your left arm out.
You tell these guys that are playing on sheet 2 to get out of the way.
Get Super Tom sweeping out the hack, too. Is this the live feed, Jeff? Okay. Say hi to Super Tom, sweeping out the hack there on sheet 3. All right. So now we are looking live at sheet 2. Semifinals of the first. This is Walsh versus Wagner. Again, Walsh rink is red, skipped by Fred Blizzard. This is Fred's first rock without hammer. They're sitting 3. Tons of rocks in play. They're up a bunch. I mean, they could force here and they'd be pretty happy, but that's like far from the run right now. They're in shape to steal a couple. Wagner's got to find a way to open this up. I don't think they can see this little yellow queued up thing. It's all staggered.
Skip rock, isn't it? Just let's come around the outside corner here and draw the corner of the 4. Get us 1.
Is this the hammer? I thought I saw some rocks down in the hack. Could be somebody's broom.
I think it's
hammer. Suppose I could count the rocks, but that seems like work. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, this is the 8th yellow rock. This is the hammer. Against 3. Totally in jail. Not a lot of yellows kind of available to be bumped. Wide in turn
Draw
for a
out the corner
piece of the
floor.
8/4 to get one. Cut them. Yeah. All right. I mean, this is there. You got to kill it into the full 8. I mean, I don't want to throw it, but it's like it's all you got. If he doesn't make this, it's handshakes. Stefik will have to re-maneuver the camera. Probably would help if I weren't kicking the table. All right. So, Gary, is this Wagner himself throwing the skip rocks?
That'd be a good question.
We're looking at an in-turn draw. They need a little better than full 8 to avoid a steal of 2. And they kind of need to... Yeah.
Steal a 3.
Well,
You don't
Jeff,
make
if they
this.
touch the 8, then it's only 2. But they need better than just touching the 8 to avoid 3.
It's Velcro on sheet 2.
All right. This game's over. That's a steal of 3 for Walsh. That ought to do it. Ought to do it. Remove your glove. We've yet to see the concession. It seems academic.
They're playing on.
Oh boy. It is
Now
9-2.
It is a semifinal to the first. You don't just want to like be done, but for all intents and purposes, you're done.
Blizzard will be throwing them through. 9-2 Blizzard / Walsh from Milwaukee. They won a barn burner this afternoon. Coming, I think they were down 7 with 3 to go. They were down. Maybe it was 5. I think they was like a get 2, steal 3, steal 1 to win. So they totally did not deserve to be here, and yet they're up 9-2 after 6. Play in the 7th, looking to punch their ticket to the finals. And their opponent will be the winner of sheet 4, which is the game between Russ Brown and Moore. They have a lot of rocks in play. They have a lot of people standing in front of the scoreboard. Moore is up 7-3 as they play the 7th. Brown with the hammer is red. It doesn't matter. No one can see this. Looks to me like Moore is sitting a couple. Nothing threatening, but they're forcing Brown to throw. It looks like a little tap just to get his 1 and stay down 4. How's sheet 1 looking, Gary? We've given up on sheet 5. We will not acknowledge it. Game does not
Apel's in
exist.
control, sitting 1-2 covered. Geiger tried to come through around the guard and sit on the rock in the back 4 and wrecked. Chris will try to cover
That
that.
was probably Delsman's fault.
Quite possible.
Probably.
Barrett will try to cover that hole. Little Shane is sweeping everything he's got. Not really sure what. Oh, Chris is trying to throw the hit off the yellow.
That yellow.
Not so sure why I would worry about that yellow rock as opposed to just protecting the 4 foot when you're up.
Yeah.
When you're up up 2 there.
theoretically, we're still covering the game on sheet 2, where Blizzard is up. Walsh/Blizzard is up 9-2. Has thrown several rocks through the rings. And now once Wagner throws this rock, Blizzard will have a chance to start opening it up, start eliminating rocks. I mean, it would take a lot. Oh, we got handshakes on 4. I think that means more 1. Let me locate them, but they will be into the first event finals. The Mike Moore rink from Mayfield. They'll be in the first event finals, and they'll be playing Fred Blizzard and Terry Walsh. I'm going to go ahead and call it, Gary, as they close out this game on sheet 2. We're on the 7th rock. We're beyond the 5th rock, so Blizzard Rink can start peeling rocks. Really have to miss a bunch of these before you're even in danger of giving up 2. And
if you're Blizzard Rink, they would agree to take. If you would agree to give them 2 and throw the next in, they'd be happy with that.
You could give them 4 and still be comfortable coming home with the hammer up a couple.
Up 3, coming home with a hammer.
Yeah,
let's give them 4.
We've seen worse.
Yeah.
And a rare positive moment for us on the broadcast, we stole 3 to win. It happens.
We were down 5 after, down 4 after 6.
Not something I'm thinking these guys are going to give up. So they skinny around that, peel this top, potentially get the double.
One's getting a little interesting. The Geiger rink down by 2, now sitting 1, partially covered, and a chance to draw down in again and get sitting 1-2. Safe to say that Barrett was not happy with his 2 rocks that he threw in that end.
So we're watching this game. I can't imagine anyone will ever reach this point of the webcast and wonder what we had to say about this end. Or it will be a miraculous comeback, and these few minutes of dead air will be preceded by, 2 or 3 ends of the most exciting curling that's ever seen. So I guess we'll see.
There's our Bronzeville chair doing the ice there. Dave Packard running a great spiel as usual.
Yeah, so all right, while we're watching this, and we can mention that before these games came on the ice, we had a wonderful ceremony that's part of every Milwaukee men's bonspiel. AHA thanking volunteers, does a phenomenal job putting on this spiel. Every year there are a couple of memorial awards. The Susan Van Til sort of a sportsmanship and volunteership award was awarded to Sandy Arndt. Spends a lot of time behind the bar, a beloved member of the club. Just a wonderful moment. Sandy was in tears. I can't say that some of us throughout the building weren't feeling the same way. And then every year the fourth event here at the Milwaukee Men's. Has always been known as the Chairman's event, and now every year that event is named for a member of our curling community who has done a lot either for our club, for our Bonspiel. It's been people who come to the Bonspiel year after year. It's been members of our own club who do a lot of work, and maybe one of the most wonderful moments of all, this year it was named for Jerry Packard, Jay's father, one of the longest time and most beloved members of our club, who passed away this summer, and the event was named for Jay's dad. So Jay's announcing it. His mom, his wife, and sons are here. It was, I don't know, one of the better moments we've ever had at the Bonspiel.
Yeah, true. I mean, Jerry Packard was the face of the Bonspiel, the face of the Milwaukee Curling Club. When I started curling here, he was the patriarch of the club. I've been here for 20 years or so, and he's always just the life of the party. Nicest guy you ever want to meet.
I don't know if I mean, all of this sounds like platitudes. It's true. I'm trying to think of a time I didn't see Jerry Packard with a giant smile on his face.
Yeah.
I'm out of words, and I don't know if I want to come up with all the right words as we watch this end of this game that no one is ever going to see. I imagine people are watching live. It was wonderful. If you haven't been to our club or been to this Bonspiel, I don't think you'll find anyone who won't say it's one of the best run Bonspiels that they've ever been to. Jay does a phenomenal job. He's taken a lifetime of going to Bonspiels and incorporated everything he ever wanted or didn't like into the way he runs it, and I don't think you'll find a better run or better thought out Bonspiel. The ice is phenomenal, and honestly, being here for naming the chairman's event for Jerry and that moment for the family was wonderful.
Yeah, it was a great moment. And I tell you, when you talk about Jay goes around and tries to find new things to add to the Bonspiel, the addition of the chicken and waffles for today's breakfast was insane.
The food is absurd. Everything is just so well thought out. It's a wonderful time. The club here is great. The ice is phenomenal. It's like any Bonspiel you've been to where you're like, I wish they did this differently. Jay thought of that and has done it. And the club makes it go. The volunteers are great. Guys were out here at 5:30 Friday morning on the smoker, in 14 hours when you bring that out for dinner. This food just appears, and you think, oh, this is great. I'm really glad. And, there's half a dozen guys made that happen, both Thursday night and Friday morning, and it's that way throughout the entire weekend.
Not to mention...
And Jay and Jay's family, it's virtually a year-round process for them. I'm sure as soon as we're done tomorrow, he'll be planning for next year. And we're all happy to be back after not being able to have anyone from outside the club here last year. We're all happy to be curling again. Delighted to have all of our regulars back.
So Geiger threw the 360 delivery there, knowing that really did not have a chance for make that shot there. So
sorry I missed that.
It wasn't quite as graceful as I've seen in the past, but it was made the attempt.
It wasn't Stoughton-esque.
No, it was not Stoughton-esque.
Okay, but he also did not hurt himself. So
it was better than Jeff Neff's attempt.
Okay. Still playing on sheet 2. I haven't even watched. Red's got one in. Yellow's got one in. either is good. I can't tell whose shot.
Must be yellow because they're drawing. Here we get two here.
Oh, yeah, this may be the last rock. I don't care. Gary, I don't care.
Yeah. Game was over 15 minutes ago. They're
They're
officially
shaking. Okay.
Officially shaking, yeah.
Thank God. Jeff, is this a 10 o'clock game? I'm not calling this. Put it on the webcast. I'm not calling.
It's a 17th event, semifinal.
They got right out there. Well, it's 10:20. Nick McLellan. I'm not calling this game. All right.
1 point game over there on sheet 5, the last of the semis.
All right. Sheet 5. Semis.
Third event.
Semis of the third.
Yeah. Actually, not a bad game.
Jeff Wright.
We gave up on that game earlier.
14-time winner, Jeff Wright, is not in the first event. They're playing against May. Coming home right with the hammer. Up 1. A close game. Wright is sitting 1 behind a May guard. I mean, if I'm May, I'm glad I'm still in the end. At some point, I'm going to have to try to sink one. It's going to be tight. Good as you could hope for.
I think May could go under the corner here, the high corner.
If anyone ever wants to watch the game on sheet 3, the 10 o'clock game between whoever, while listening to the audio of sheet 5, as I live call the semis of the third event. When the Curling Hall of Fame comes for this broadcast, let me know.
So playing the run back here at this cause pretty much assures him of 1. Makes this, or help put his way into 1. Going underneath the corner guard would have given a better chance for 2.
I don't know if we're going to stick around for this. I think we're done. We're not pointing the camera over there. We trim this from the broadcast, Jeff. When I send Hall of Fame, that should be the end. All right.
All right, it was fun, Matt. See you in the morning.
Yes, 4 is right. That's the point. Why is this kid standing like that? Three,
somebody needs to run straight, you know. Are we going to get the good 4 feet?
I thought it would stay straight a little bit, but
Really good people. Yes. The long drawn out one.
any more broom, Matt?
Still be there.
75, 80. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
That hasn't been too much in the sand.
Okay, 80.
We have a lot of games to ride the bus going on, so that's
I can make one.
That'll work. I like that.
So what do we get on next set?
Another guard's okay. Hot mango is good. Hair tight. Yes, yep, gotta go. Gotta go. Guards okay, Jim. Keep coming in too, but let's throw like tight guard late.
I would say out here 70.
Mine's great. Back eight. Back eight. Yet. Nothing yet. Gotta burn all every inch, I think. Okay, Jim.
What was going on there? Contact with that.
I feel like that's a common theme around
What the fuck was happening?
I like this.
I know you were fucking around. So I'll see you. I'll be there tomorrow.
I like, yeah, you bump it on the outside. You push something to the forefront, you roll out, you still got your run, yeah?
I mean,
Bump it on the outside, I'll roll it out. Maybe we get to shot. Maybe not.
oh, I've done it, but live. Watching it damage myself.
Good luck to you, bud.
That's okay.
Next, we're going to
Okay.
Come on, Anna, go.
Yeah. So seems you're slowing down.
Right, so here. Yeah, we're taking away this shot.
All right, we're going to.
Yeah.
We're going to slash that fucker in.
Very hard. Line. Very line. It's good. Line. Very hard. It's there. Hurry. 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 Oh, wow. Really chewed up. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah. That was really good. I missed it.
I really like it. Right off the.
We're trying to get the.
Someone could just pay me.
Is this going to be normal speed? Okay.
Stay off of it unless. Yeah, we heard it, so.
Good.
That's what you wanted? Oh, no, I did not do that. Yeah, we were all on the guard train, so. Yeah, this is the man. Yep. Yep, line. Line two. Line.
There we go. Come on. There we go.
Gotta go, wait.
There we go. There we go. There we go. All the way.
Line, line, hurry! Hurry, keep going!
Keep going. Yeah. Bring it. Bring it. Bring it.
Oh, oh, oh!
I didn't go hack at it.
Good swing, man.
Ooh, I think I can see more than you think. I like that. I really like that with that. Yeah.
Probably should have just stayed on and killed whatever it was. I just really missing it, you know. She had 95, but I thought it was just Henry.
Line's really good. Give you a shake, more back. Back line, normal. Just heavy draw. spot, it's fine.
I've been here all day. That's cool.
You're like, we're light.
Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah. You hit the yellow, you got still in. You have Kennedy here? Maybe? I got it. Throw in top 8 weight. 80? 35. These are also shit ice right now, so right? I know. Top 4? Because it's fucking shit right now. Well, no, 4. Guys, top 4. It's just that was 4. That's 4. No, horse is hot. No, I'm fine. I just wanted to know. Why the fuck didn't we take the goddamn draw and have all that fucking whacking back? What he's comfortable with. No, I know. Yeah, we're gonna run it. Anything moving that stone right is successful. Big score. Yeah, at least it wasn't 5. At least it wasn't 8 too.
Now that we're in, we're going for T.
Yeah, play 3. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. I like it all day.
Not what I want to hear. Goes from really early. Like top 8 weight. T weight. But you wanted it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I wanted it second time. Brothers in arms. I mean that 75 is probably what, back 4? Yeah. It's a fucking great. It's got like 8 top 10 hits.
Good throw. Really throw.
It's really not moving too much.
I like the original. Okay.
We need to sit just a little spin over to the left.
I should have played the little tip off and had it going.
That's the
Too many options. Couldn't make a decision. Yeah, as soon as I saw it,
You need a little spin in.
Do you?
I mean, that's not gonna help. I mean,
Do you ever throw Peel and just chip it?
are you just the other one completely? Because otherwise, then you're just getting something to hit and get more. I don't understand.
we just tried to sweep it by. Maybe we're back eight, but I still thought
Great shot.
Now we're dead.
Nice work.
I mean, hit this and doesn't look into here is probably your best bet. This is what I try this out turn tap. Yeah, I'm thinking like control. Sure, we're gonna get a 75 on my desk. No, I just want to sit right here. Yeah. I don't want to move this at all. I think just a touch off nose. Less, like, I mean, we're pretty much dead anyway. So, like, do you just want to throw the out turn tap? Because, like, the chances of me making this perfectly, probably 1 in, I don't know, 1 in 6. And they, you might just blast it anyway, you know? Alright, talk myself into this, I think. Yeah, no, I think it's edge. Gotta kind of hit what we can see because we can't leave the dead trigger. So we're just kind of popping it. I don't know. If we do this, maybe we do this. I'll leave that for the last one. Let's do this. Right here, control weight. Just off nose, just on the over.
Hard guys, hard guys. Hard, hard, hard.
One's going in. Yeah. Alright.
No, we don't want to go in. What?
This way.
I guess the good thing about thought we would get the perfect hit and spill like goes on top of it.
Back four.
Hey. Here? Yeah. Like I can't hear.
Sorry, I was.
mean, they've been hooking. Yeah, yeah, probably. Probably enough for by this anyway. I mean, we want to really like bury it. Okay. Okay. 75, 70, 80, 75, 70. 75, man. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of very. We're probably going to like back. Close. So, no. Fatigue. Yep. Good rock. Big boost, Jim. Easy. Stay close. What do you got? Yep, it's all there. It's there. It's all there. Matt, I think we even. Yep. Coming back. Yep. Hard. Control. Yeah.
Oh, we need the fair thing. Two more feet is perfect. Hold on.
We scored one. It's not. It's gone from late to early.
Yes. Well, 20. Not bad.
Middle guard.
just think the winner gets to play in 7.5 hours.
That's what I was thinking on that last one. It's like, okay.
It's okay.
Here's the loser if we come back.
Tyler, wait only, guys.
You would have got that last play.
Thought we were less sorry.
Hey, Brian, did you see how much we cleared the guard by on the last one?
There's a ton.
Was it a ton?
Let's just take the same.
Yeah.
Just take the same.
A little bit more weight. Yeah, there's not much else we can do.
Same, man.
You gotta get something better than this.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, I'm thinking you guys are something back.
Well, no, it's 4 feet away.
All right.
Whoa. Let it come down for You have the whole thing?
Just a touch less than all of it, but pretty close. We have all of it that you need to hit.
You guys like that, or you like just the race you want?
I think if we play the hit,
Push it right to stick.
Okay. What do you want to do? What do we need? Slide off? Yeah, just a touch high. Quarter inch high straight. Tell me what you want for weight. Control on the double. Yeah.
You're just gonna lay some havoc in there? Oh, yeah. I like it, baby. Rip it and rip it. Let's go.
Hitting the red stone.
You don't throw kitchen sink away.
Oh, yeah.
The harder type of country throw, the one that you do.
Oh, yeah.
Behind you guys.
Here we go. Defense for second first, and
promote our yellow. Like
When you rip it.
so. Back day weight like 70.
You have a 3-point lead. Losing it is ideal. Our own, our shooter, for clarification. Run over. Okay. Where we going? From top.
There's nothing really in its way right now.
Can't break down the door the first time.
You guys feel pretty big, right?
All the way.
I think it's good. So where do you want to try it?
Center to left. Probably left.
No, I'm kidding. Like, one of the advantages is you get home a little earlier tomorrow.
You got some scotch to drink.
Oh no, I'm kidding. A lot of people, like those guys, they wanted to get back to Canada, so they.
Good girl, man. Good girl. Yeah, it was a great game. Nick, good shot. Whose is this?
Don't know. I got mine.
That's probably Matt's.
Oh yeah. I can grab that up.
Somebody have something else back there too.
Beautiful.
One's gotta be here 6 hours. Yeah.
Take that down.
Yeah. Jay. How you doing on Sunday? It's Sunday, by the way.
Exactly. That's true.